Hello, everybody. I think we are live. I presume we are live. And let me just also share this on Twitter real quick. Let me get this straight. Hmm. We are live working on a color note app with Next 13. Let me mention Next.js and Xata and Tailwind. If you're in the chat, if you're watching, say hi in the chat. Let's get started. So it's actually last time I streamed, my internet was very bad, but I guess it's a lot better now. Let me also check my internet speed, how it actually is. But anyways, we should start working on the app, and I'll just run npm run dev without the turbo flag this time. So, okay, the internet connection is good. We will soon be working with this. Okay, so once we have this, okay, this is annoying. I have no idea why this does not work. I think I should rename these colors to something else. Like they have yellow, red, green, and blue, but I think the color name should be different. Mm, or maybe this is some bug by Next.js. Maybe. Okay, we have 2 viewers. Seems really good. Let's see how we can fix this issue because this is really bad. Okay, let me see if I can just change the colors. So I'll just say yellow. I'll just call it my yellow. And then right over here inside of Xata, if I go back in here, instead of yellow, I'm going to call this my yellow. So let's see if it actually does change. See if I restart the server. What happens when we do that? Actually, if I just right click inspect, we get my yellow, but it does not show. Wait, we have some error. Extra attributes from the server. Data, new, whatever. What is this? That's the text color. But what about this BG? So basically the style does not get applied. That is the reason. The style just does not get applied straight away. Maybe I can create a set called Dracula and then put all these in there. So we have BG dash. So we have BG Dracula and then whatever the node dot color is. So we have BG Dracula my yellow, which obviously won't work because we removed yellow, but still. Maybe I did something wrong with the Tailwind configuration. Let's just search color. Actually, extend color. So we have extend colors colors, and then we have brown. Hmm. Why is it that we don't get it up and running? I think Next.js 13 Tailwind is not working. Okay, so basically this is because of the new src folder. We have /src slash everything inside the source folder, but it still won't work with this Tailwind. So yeah, Tailwind extend not working. Says I got the same error. Work with classes already defined somewhere else. 13.0.6. So if I just look into the package JSON, okay, that's we are long, we are way ahead. So it says the problem looks like solved. I added this to. Let's see what happens when we do this. And where were we? I think West Boss told about some extension on YouTube. Let's search on YouTube. On in a YouTube short, an extension that shows you a Chrome extension that shows you, well, yeah, this one. What is this called? GitHub issue reactions. This one. Let's add to Chrome. And yeah, I'm not using Chrome, but still, it is useful. Okay, fine. We have this one. This one has the most reactions. Then we have this one. Okay, I'm on 13 and it doesn't work. Just refresh Next.js installed. Let's go ahead and open this up. So you have app, or if you're using the src directory. Mm, 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 mm. We have a root layout, and so basically this is before and this is after. So you have to add an actual HTML structure in that root layout thingy, which means if I go right in layout, we do have an HTML structure in here. I think I should add this inside of the main tags. I mean, actually, I don't think it matters, but still, anyways. Custom colors don't work. Tailwind Next.js. If anybody knows why this does not work, please do let me know. That's the old one. It's a discussion now. Okay, dynamic. Okay, I know. I know now why this does not work. Always use complete class names. All right, got it. So now I know that. Why? Because the text thingy works. Because this works and this doesn't. Oh, hi, Anand. छोड़ के आया. Anyways, welcome. It's nice to have you in here. If I talk in Hindi, then many viewers won't understand. You know, those who are not, those who are not from India, those who don't understand Hindi. Anyways, hey Code Arena. So how did the interview go then? Oh, that is not good. Now, whatever you're writing, it's good, but can you also write it in English? Because not everyone is going to understand this. Okay, so I have to create this object which does its job. So if I just go ahead and do this, we have color variants. Now, the blue, this should be the key. Oh, India has a lot of problems, a lot of times with this light, with this electricity. But anyways, let's see, BG. Should be node dot color. Oops, node dot color. Yes, the Redux code is actually really big. But I think what we can do in this case is Redux toolkit is not actually that big, I think. Is Redux toolkit, does Redux toolkit have a very huge this what is it? Does Redux toolkit have the boilerplate code? Because if you have used that, now the only solution to this is, I think, memorizing all the Redux code and working with it. Yes, I have honestly, I haven't worked with Redux a lot. So I think I did follow some tutorials, but I still don't work with Redux a lot. Color color variants. But you can try something else now. I think you should try backend development, Anand, because backend development is actually quite easy. It's a lot more easier than front end development. What? My bitrate is higher. When did that happen? Let's see if this one works. Let's hope this one works. No, it still doesn't work. Okay. We have just a minute. I'll be right. Hmm, wait a minute. So we have BG Dracula blue. If I add this color myself, Let's do that. PG Dracula blue. What are you trying to do? I am okay. So basically, I have these colors that come from the backend, from the database. Now, when I try to display it like so, when I try to display it dynamically, it just does not work. Right? It works when I first load it. If I just type in BG dark blue, then if I try the dynamic one, that works. Generating colors. Default. Wait, where is that? Okay, adding additional colors. Okay, here we are. That's what I think. Custom values don't work. At least right now. In the past, I did try custom values beforehand. You also know Tailwind CSS. We can do this, but right now this does not work. Okay, I think because this is a prop, right? Xcode RGB. Actually, yes, but I'm storing the color as a string in the database. What the thing is that we cannot use props to build the class names dynamically. Instead, map props to complete class names that are statically detectable at build time. So I have to kind of do this. Okay, now I get it. So if I say yellow and then I have to do this, yellow, and then do the same for the others. That's kind of a repetitive process, but fine if I'm just doing this for a few colors. Then we have green and green. And now what I can do is I can replace this whole thing to just use color variance index note dot color. Yes, this works. Just this one doesn't work because I have to go in here. And interesting. I guess I have to start the server again. So it says string can't be used. No index signature with element implicitly has any type because expression of type string can't be used to index type yellow red. It will just work fine. How can I ignore this? I think let's Google this. I mean, even though it works, we should just consider Google this once. Yes, I knew this was the solution. Let's paste this right in here. React code and then shift to Next.js. Yes, that. But did they understand what you mean to say? Because a lot of times, like those who don't know Next.js won't probably use Next.js. Fine. All right, we had undefined, but still using Next.js is actually worth it. It is worth it. Oh, I did not change this right over here. My bad. So if I go back in here, let's change just my yellow to just yellow. Now, in the front, I don't even know React that well. They have just picked it up. Then why bother creating a startup? Like, if you are going to create a startup, then just go ahead and use this. What is it? Just go ahead and hire some professional developers. Yeah, you tweeted about that Spotify API issue. How well did it go then? All right, now we should work on the create part, on creating this. What is it? Creating a new note. So I'm just going to create note tsx. Why is it that my computer is suddenly like sending a lot of bitrate to YouTube? Okay. There's one more thing that I would like to use in here. So I think Spotify API might have some limitations, something that you cannot send a lot of requests and spam the API. Maybe that's the case. It does not work. Right. There's one more thing that I just found out, and that is next fetch. If you know what that is, next fetch. Here it is. So you can use the next fetch library to just do what you want to do in a fancy manner, like uh, fetching through the API routes. That works a lot better with next fetch. But then I haven't worked with Spotify API. Again, I never got into the Spotify API things because actually not so much interested. But there is one person I can recommend who you can talk to. I'll just, maybe you already know him. He's very popular. I'll just send his Twitter in the chat. So just check him out. He might be helpful to you because he has worked with Spotify API. Yeah, of course you know him. All right, so let's rename this to get.swr.ts. Oh, so you both know each other very well. That's nice. Now let's work on creating. So we were using Daisy UI. Actually, for creating, let's see if I go to index page.tsx. Let's create one sort of a one button. Where is it? Yes, JEE. You both have to do. Maybe you can also skip the JEE thingy because you can still get into a college without giving that entrance exam. No, I'm not freelancing right now. I'm not in a condition to freelance. This is just a side project that I want to do, that I want to build. I actually want to build an actual CRUD application with these features. And I picked this one because I'm already familiar with Colornote. This is a really cool app. That's that's actually only just on mobile. So I was like, why not build a web version for the Colornote? Okay, we could do this. We could add this red and yellow border up top. Yeah, go ahead and finish it. It's it will take time. I know development is not easy. It is hard. Can I move this? Let's comment out this grid. Let's have some margin top of 10. Let's move this to right. Let's call. Justify center. Oh, justify end. Actually, justify won't work in this case. Items end. This theme is in Daisy UI. This theme is called the Dracula theme. Or if you're asking about my VS Code theme, my VS Code theme is the default dark. This is the default dark one, but this is the experimental. This is the version 2. It's built into VS Code, so you don't need to install this. Let me move this down. So now let's just why is it that this button does not appear on like all the way to the left? Oh, because these cards kind of overflow. Wrap what? Mm-mm. This instantly looks bad. Do you mean with flexwrap? I'm using these. Okay. Do I have to do this? I'm using grid in there. I think that's a problem. How does flexwrap work exactly? Okay, we have just flexwrap on the flex box itself. Fine. Flexwrap. Still doesn't seem to work. We have wrap reverse. Shrink. I didn't know these things existed. Okay, grid template columns. These are okay. I know these, but the grid and flex does not seem to justify their position. So if I just say grid and flex together, Tailwind. Flexbox grids. That is new. Oh, that is old. That is version 1. So you have full width column. We have 2 columns, 4 columns. Okay, so you don't actually use that grid, but instead you use flexbox. Flexbox grid. That is an old thing in the version 1 of Tailwind CSS. It doesn't also have the dark mode. Anyways, we have 7 columns. So basically you have just flex and then you just use flex one on each one of them to auto. Let's use this. It's going to be fun. Which code? This is the code for nodes. This is the component I'm using in here. Right? And in here we have, this is the single node component that has the card. Actually, it's inside of this grid. This one, can you see this? This is wrapped inside of the other div. Grid call 4. It actually calls. Yes, it will have 4 single nodes. Let me just look at this grid documentation again, because I think I did something wrong. What do you mean overflow the width? Should I? Okay, so if I just make this 5, what happens is this. If I make it 6, so these guys don't respect that, or I don't do this. So if I just remove the width, 96. Okay, here we go. Now I got it. So if I now make this 4, what? Oh, okay. Gap 60. Okay, now this happens because I put justify align items to the end. Fine. Now I can add some gap. Thanks for guiding me, Anand. Okay, now that that is done, let's see. So we have this create node button, and I actually want this single button on the right, which I think can be achieved by, I, I don't know, align. There's align self individual grid. So if I just say self auto, there's self start, there's self end. So if I just go inside of here, if I say self end, should I wrap this button inside of a div, or these these nodes, or this whole single div? Yeah, that's a lazy way. Yeah, now I get it. But self end, I learned something new. I did not know this. Just what is it? Self end inside of flex. But this seems powerful. Let's add icons. I want to use React icons, but React icons are a lot of work. So let's use the hero icons. Hero icons, React. Float works. Float is, I don't know why a lot of people don't like floats, but float is like a lifesaver. I don't think float will work in this case because it's inside of flex. Remix icons also nice, but I haven't used them in a while. Yeah, you see, float does not work in Flexbox because float and Flexbox are enemies of each other. Wait a minute, I'll just be right back. Okay, we are back. So where were we? Now let's import this. I'm going to import some icons slash 24 slash outline. This is the plus. Actually, how do we define a new icon? Is there a new icon? Add. Which one should be added? That is possible. I mean, it's your choice. You can criticize someone, but then even I'm in second year, so that's a different case. Downloading fonts and SVG icons, if they don't know about linking, that's a different thing. If they did it on purpose, that's a different thing. Like, it's also not that bad downloading fonts, because that might provide a little bit of benefit, but it's still not as beneficial as, because Google servers are a lot better. With 3, height 3, speed 5, 6. Now flex, item center, gap 2. Fine. So we have create node. If I click this, it should redirect me to the create page, which, or actually not to the create page, but a page called new. Export default function new page, return something. Okay, now how do I make this a link? I could just do this. Import that. href is going to be slash new. Now I think the button, yep, here we go. The button did not go that well. So let's just take this self end and apply it right over here. Now this create page, right now it's empty. So if I just go in here, it's empty. But how do I make it look like the one that is Colornote? If I go to download, so this is the create page for Colornote. So basically they have this title bar up top where they have a choice to choose the color and place the title. So we can do the same. Now this is going to be a lot of components. So I think I should just go ahead and create a new folder, create note, and then place all the components in there. So first there will be index, which no, let's see. Okay, so there will be title. Just say export default function title. So this is going to be just an input. So we can just go in here, search for inputs. Let's see which one to get. I think we should get the one that the user chooses as their color, which will be better. But how do we do this? So we have input ordered and then input primary. Let's see if I just copy this. Let's close this. And if I paste this right over here, instead of input primary, I'm going to choose input. Okay, so there isn't any choice of customization in here. But I guess these colors also don't look that bad. in the Dracula theme. Wait, so why am I using, okay, I'm using these because of the color that is in the database. Anyways, so there's info, success, warning, and error. How can I customize the colors in here? What if I want that same color in my case? Or maybe I can store these in the database in this way. So we have warning for yellow, success for green, blue for info, and error for red. If we do that, let's see, I'm going to make this one warning by default. And let's say, let's see what they say. It says, I'm just going to say title goes here. Now, let's see, I'm going to get this one out. So in the title, or basically I should say this is the title bar. This will be a flex box. This will contain 2 items. I'll just say items center for now. And then this is going to be a little bit complex. So I'm going to create a simple button that will be that square box, just like this one. So it will be a button with some width and height. So I'm going to give it some width and height. So width of 3, height of 3. And the color is what we are going to get from the props. So we're just going to get the color. And the color, okay, we cannot directly pass it in here. So we have to kind of just say, okay, whatever the color is going to be. Okay, that's the same thing that we did in here, I guess. Yeah, this one. I think I should use this as a constant. So if we go right over here, we have the app directory. And let's just go ahead and create a constant. No, wait. So yeah, just in the src, I'm going to create a constants.ts file, and I'm going to paste this in this. And then all we have to do is just import. That's it. Or let me know if there's a better way to do this. So now if I go in here, I could just say color variance index, whatever the color is. Now let's try and use this. So if I just go in the new page, this one, I'll just put this one to use. Let's go see our new page. Fine, we see this, but we don't see that button. Interesting. Div flex one, there's this one, and then we have the main. Okay, because there's up. I'll just pass in yellow for now, because that is the one. Okay, fine, here we go. I think the width and height is not what it should be. Let's set this to 10. 18. 18 doesn't exist. Fine, now we are getting somewhere. So that's it. Let's go in here. Let's set some gap of 10. And then this should also be inside of a container. So yeah. Actually, let's just wrap each and every page inside of a container. So we have the layout file, which basically handles that. So if I go inside this page, we could just put this in the main. So we don't need this whole thing. I mean, we need it for Well, we can also eliminate the div. Yeah, this looks a lot better. Now, what about these pages? Login page. I think I also have this. Yep, we also have the div in here. We don't need that. And then we have the register page. We can also get rid of this. All right. This page.tsx, this is getting a little bit tough, but it's okay. Anyways, so if I go back in here, I have to make it a little bit rounded. So let's make it rounded MD. This looks a lot better. So we get title goes in here, and then you can choose the color. So choosing the color, I also want something different in this one. Oops. Okay. So I want sort of a border that is kind of a darker shade of that color. And so let's achieve that with yellow. So I'm going to say border 2, the border of Dracula yellow with some different shade, but that won't actually matter. So if I just say border yellow, that does make a difference. Or if I say border black, okay, border 2 works, but we don't have border. Okay, we have border 4. Yeah, so we could do something like this. We have, how can we change the opacity of the color without dealing with this? We have border black. If I make this border yellow, this is how it looks like. Anyways, let's not worry about the border right now. It's fine. But the click effect doesn't work because where is the Daisy UI? Okay, we have buttons, but I don't have any text inside of the button, which okay, we could have an icon. That's a good idea, I think. But which icon? Let's see, hero icons. This one looks good. Swatch, but it's kind of unrelatable. Anyway, swatch icon. Let's see how this goes. It's huge. It's huge. Let's set the class name. So width 5, height 5, text black. Okay, fine. It's not centered. So let's see, text center. Center. Why do I always have to do this? Flex, justify center. And item center. And change the width and make it 7. Fine. This looks a lot better. Now, text black. This will be the case. Let's see what happens. What was in here? So that was text and text primary content. So let's use this one instead of text black. Yes. And what else we can do is we can make the same check that we did right over here. So I could just copy and paste this thing. What? Okay, fine. Got it. Instead of node.color, this is just going to be color. Now comes the real part. When I click on this, it should pop up with a model. So here's how the model looks like. And let's add that. Okay, put this part before the body tag. Which one? This one before the body tag. But how? Okay, before the slash body tag. Got it. So you have this model, and we could use something like React portals, which I think I should make a video about. I'll just say color model tsx. Just create a function, export default function color model. It's going to return back this. And let's see, React portals. Let's go and React beta doc. So you have create portal where you simply have children and the DOM node. So you just import create portal and you put this in here. The catch is that I'm not sure if create portal is going to work in this case. So if I just go ahead and put create portal and then just pass in that React node, which is color model, and then this is going to be document.body. Now this might not work. Okay, fine, it does not work because this is a, I would say, this is inside of a, this is the server code. So we could make it a client code. We have to make it a client code. I just forgot. We have to make it a client code. Right now, the model is before the body tag. So if I now right click inspect, oops, wait a minute. So now if I right click inspect, we have the body and here is the model. Now actually the model should have sort of a, I'll just add an ID for color. Okay, now let's see how we can choose this color. So like how can we toggle this model on and off? Oh, why did I close that? So yeah, that works. HTML for my model. So you have this HTML4. This is the button to open the model. You give it an ID. And that's what we did. We gave it an ID. Wait, what? Okay, this is the input checkbox. We also have to add this. So let's wrap everything in these good little fragments. The ID for this one should be color. And I guess for this one, let's just wrap it inside of a div. It should be color model, just to show that okay, this is the color model. Now we could just go inside of here and in this button, what? Wait, okay, we have this label which acts as a button. So if I just make this button a label and then say HTML for color, let's see what happens then. Let me move this outside. Now when I click this, boom, here we go. Does not close. Why it does not close? Because we have this as the action. So it says HTML for my model should be colors instead. Here we go, that works. It does not have that button thingy. So I can just say, wait. How do I create a button and then pass in the label props? Use it as a label. So let's ask ChatGPT. Let's see if ChatGPT knows the answer to this problem. I'm going to say in React, I have a button tag, but I want to use the HTML for prop in that, which is available in the label tag. How can I do that? Okay, React, why is it explaining this to me? But I want to use a button instead of a label. Area labeled by my label. I think it's just generating a lot of different stuff in here. This is exactly not what we want. Let me give it the code. how do I make, well, I don't think this is possible anyways. Let's skip this. I'm going to make this a label, and I'll just add some classes. Cursor pointer, that's what I will add in here. And then, okay, the button effect, which I guess I can add. So if I go back to Daisy UI, the click effect or animation thing, this disables the click animation. But what if I want to add it to swap? Wow, that's nice. Model, we have, I guess it was active. Okay, wait, if this is a label, it should have the BTN class. I totally forgot that. I don't need this cursor pointer. All I need is a BTN class. The hover effect is bad. How can I fix that? I go to the button disabled, button primary, button, I'll just say hover bg inherit. No, yes, that's a little fine. But why is this width 7 and why does this look so small? Okay, basically it does not change because it's inside of a label and not a button. Right, now it works. So let's set the cursor, the pointer, and yeah, 7 is huge. Let's make it 5. Fine, this works. Now let's add this color, this choice of choosing a color. So I think this will also be a client. I think most components in here are client components. There are very few server components. I'll say choose a color. And now is the time. So we have choose a color, and then we are going to have another grid of a grid of 4 colors. We'll just have that. So I'll say div. I kind of remember now. So there's grid calls 2 and a gap of 5. Actually, not 5, but 3. Should I use Vim? I think I should use Vim. There are no concurrent viewers or anyways. So I think I should use Vim just for learning purposes. Let's enable this. Now I'm a pro developer. Anyways, so what we can do is we can just create a functional component in here. I'll just call this color choice, and all it's going to do is just going to return back what's called it's going to return a div of that color. So it will also accept a prop of that color. So it's color, but it will be like so. Color will be of type string and color will be of type string. Well, we get the color back. So this is going to be a div that's going to have a class name. Oh, I have to do that again. Anyways, we'll do that. So I have to make this dynamic, and I have to do, what is it? It's the color variant index, whatever the color is. This will do the background, and in here we are not going to add anything else. So we're going to have width of 5, height of 5. That's it. Now I guess what I can do is I can go in here and I could just have those 6 colors in an array. So I could just create an array. I'll just call this yellow, blue, red, and green. I'll just map over this. I'll say for each color, render out the color choice with the color in there, and the key should also be the color, because you know it's unique. Right, fine, this is how it looks like. So what we can do is we can change this and make it okay. So control D does not work in here. Let's make this 20. This looks a lot better, but the only problem is that they are not taking that full width and height. So if I say width full and height full, it's gone. It's actually gone. How about width and height half? So the half of their, so that's not going to work. Let's see, 50 does not work. Do we have 52? Cool, this is fine, but to some extent. So you kind of have to do this. 46 does not exist. 44. Let's use 44. And let's also do this. So we have grid. Do we have something? Yeah, we have place items. So yeah, we have place items center, which does what it says. Then we also have a margin top of 10, of course. Then this text LG is really bad. So let's just make this text XL or 2XL or 4XL. Yeah, and also text center. Choose a color. We have the choice of 4 colors, but there's a gap in between each of these colors. I don't know why. I mean, let's see, because they don't occupy their full width and height, because they are trapped in these strange. How do I make this 4x4 look better? Like, I don't have any content inside this div. If I go back, where do we have a box? No, we don't. Let's go back to Tailwind docs, and I'll say Tailwind. I see someone is watching this. So if you're watching, please say hi in the chat. Let's talk to each other. Because of course, even if we are strangers, we might be helping hand to each other. I think I should also share this on Discord. Okay. Let me just copy this link real quick. All right. Let's see. I'll just share it in share away. So let's see how we can make this work. Actually, the problem is that we have these grid columns, but they don't work because we have no content inside these divs. Okay, it should be 44. What if I make this? I don't think this looks good enough. This one. Also, let's add the cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. And also I think I should increase this gap, so it should be 5 or 10. This looks a little bit better considering uh, how it goes. Like this separation, and then now this separation looks kind of even. It's not exactly even, but it looks kind of even. Now let's add what if something is selected. So I'll just try and ask ChatGPT if ChatGPT can do this. So in Tailwind, I have a div with some width and height and a background color. I want to put a border of the same background color, but a little darkened. Border opacity, yes, that is possible. But what I have in here in this color variance is this. I think I can make it color variance, but like I could duplicate this whole thing. So, you know, just go in here and then paste it. And then this should be, instead of color variance, it should be border variance. So, okay, there's border red 500, and then there is border opacity, which I think I could change. So instead of this having BG, it should be border. But will this work? Like, let's see. Border, we have border, and we have border, and we'll add the opacity on our own. So if I just go in here, if I say, well, hey, just border variance, index of color, and it should have a border of 5, actually 2, and a border opacity of 75, which I think will lighten up the. Where is the app? Okay, it's in here. Fine. Would do a better job on this. Actually, yeah, that. Okay, I'm on Discord, so that is actually. I did that because it gave me an error. If we just. Oops. I think I should disable them. Still getting used to them, but it's hard. So why am I doing this X string and string? I'm doing this because you see, if I remove it like so, it'll yell at me saying that colors of type string, but you only have 4 properties in there. So that is the reason I am using the X string of string. Vim, yes, I disabled Vim. Wait, are you laughing or are you crying? Because I am crying on Vim. I mean, you're still learning. It's difficult to get hands-on to Vim. It's not easy. Oh, we don't have a space in between. Fine. What about now? Border is 2. Maybe I can make the. Maybe I can increase the border. Border, and then what? How can we do this? There is 2. There is border 5. No, 4. I think the border is only for even numbers. Yeah, but why don't we see that? Most probably because of this color. So if I just go ahead and say border Dracula yellow, opacity 50. You should create a thread for that. Yes. Or we can chat in the YouTube live chat. Just move this Discord window right over here. By the way, this is the Discord server for web dev Cody. If you don't know who he is, I'll just put the invite link right over here. So basically, this is an amazing server by an amazing person. I'll just open this up. So on YouTube, if you go ahead and search for web dev Cody, he makes a lot of videos about, I mean, usually he gives me shout outs on live streams, but today is my day. So yeah, go ahead and give him a sub if you haven't already. It says, so let's have some discussion. It says const colors. Let me make it full screen. I think as const will work. I thought about that, but I did not try as const, which is the reason I ended up doing this filthy little trick. If you have Discord, I can go there. I don't have a Discord. The YouTube chat sucks for Cody. Yes. So we have, well, the and as const did not work. But if I go in here, okay, basically it won't work. But then we have this type. I don't get this type thing. So, anyways, we'll get to that. But for now, I think this will work. But this border, why? Maybe because I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT isn't a good programmer. Let's add a rounded of MD, and I'll also do that right over here. So a rounded MD, which I think I already have. Why am I doing that? You have border Dracula yellow, which, see, I'm just going to refer the Tailwind docs now. Border opacity. Can I get notifications for all messages? Okay, so you have border and then you have slash. You can do this. If that's the case, then why not do that? I'm just going to remove this and go inside of border variants and then just add this to each one of these. Nope, that does not work. What if I add this myself? Again, the same problem as I had before. So if I add this myself, now it works. Kind of. Okay, now I get it. I think it works. It works just fine. 100 is probably that color, but what if I want to darken it? I guess 20. Okay, no. this is not a good way. Okay, there's a bit of lag on. Okay, there's a lag. I don't know. This is. I did set the bitrate to the maximum bitrate to be 9000 kbps, but for some reason, I think I can change it. Let's change it to 8000. If that is possible, then I think this lag might lessen up. Okay, so do, by lag, do you mean an actual lag in the stream or the time between the chat and me speaking? I think that's what you mean. So you have key CSS colors in string, and then you have the colors as CSS colors. Yes, I should make this type. Why don't I do this? Totally forgot this. So I should make this as a type. Let me do that in constants. Thanks for pointing that out. Now, basically when someone, so now it's a little bit more type safe. Okay. So yeah, there might be a lag. Now I get it. We have key of CSS colors and the value to be string. Cannot be a literal type or generic type. This is what you mean, but this is incorrect maybe. Type of colors, index number. If I remove as const, it works just fine. So if I think I should just export this type. Should be CSS colors. So now the color is a string. Okay, now it does not make sense. If I remove as const, it's just a string array. But I could make it an enum. An enum might work in this case. No problem. Let's move on. So this border thingy is making me mad right now. You have this. Oh, okay, 500. I think I can add a different type of border. Customizing your theme. I think I'll have to kind of change this color a little bit. Because I think I have to use the custom value instead of the normal value. Why don't I get this notification? Streaming. Oh wow, YouTube does that. I didn't know it. So wherever I go, it shows streaming. Now I know why the stream mode is on. Like it says streamer mode is on. Watch out. Okay, fine. So let's keep it this way right now. We'll work on it later. So when I click on something, it should select this color and then yay. So instead of yay, let's make it a little bit more polished. We can also remove this. And I go back. Where was the yay? It was in the model, right? So done. And yeah, click on done. Now you have selected the color, but how? So for that, we'll have some state const. I'll just move this Discord window to the other. Okay, so Windows shortcuts don't work that way. All messages. Open in full view. And here we go. Great. Let's have some state. So I'll just say use state. And this should be the selected color. Set selected color, and this will be yellow by default. So now what we can do is when I click on any of these, it should actually just go ahead and set the color. So let's pass in a function to change color. This should be a function like so, and function, I'll just say color. I'll be right back. Just a moment. All right, here we go. So Yan just sent a link for this. So you have yellow, blue, and pink, and this will throw an error. Wow, that's new. I forgot that key in type syntax. So key in. Okay, now I get this. So if I now go ahead and just do that inside of here, it should be as const, and also there should be key in CSS colors instead of setting it as. So you have yellow, blue, and pink. It should be red, and it should also contain green. This is an explanation. You can use a mapped type to create objects by iterating over keys. That's cool. That's a lot better. So we get to learn by type safe. We get to learn more about type safety by our friend Yan in the web dev Cody server. So go check that server out. Okay, so this is the CSS colors type. And so now the string type is not assignable to yellow, blue, whatever. But this is the color that we get from here, right? Fine. Right now this is string, but I can make it CSS colors. Now it says color and value are incompatible. Your list needs to be a const. So yeah, you mean I have to make it a const like so. That is better. As CSS colors array, but it still works with as const. Fine. Set selected color to whatever the color someone selected, and that should be. Also we could just set this to CSS colors type that we just got from our friend. So now this is the other prop. And we could just set this to on click. That's better. It says, okay, we take in an argument. So I can pass in set state instead. Change color, which is right now a void function, but I saw this somewhere. I could just say function, and then I could just pass in whatever I wish. Yeah, in this case I shouldn't use void function, but there are cases where I just hate this arrow function syntax sometimes, to just say it's a function that returns nothing. why not use void function in that case? But somewhere I saw this, that this is a function. Like, instead of doing this arrow function syntax, there is something else we can do. Let's see. So change color. Now this is where we pass in the color. All right. Now this yells at us because this color is of type string, so it should be CSS colors. And so wherever the title component is used. All right, that does not yell at us because we are passing in yellow by default. Cool. So now if I just select this, nothing really happens, but the state might change. So if I go to components, which component was that? There's this new page, and we have the swatch icon with a color modal, and yes, the state changes. So if I select blue, the state changes to blue and red and so on. So we could just go ahead and set this swatch color. So right now the swatch color is just simply color, but this color is also a state that needs to change. I think I should use this. CSS color is not maybe the best name. Yeah, I just used it because it is what it is. If I just say CSS color, I'll just say node colors or node color to be more precise. Does that change it right over here? Yes, it does. Wow. I did not know that it also changes it in other files as well, but node color sounds good to me. But then I think I'll have to have this piece of state up top, or what I could have instead is use something like stand. But this is something that I don't want to use. State management with Next.js, probably not. So I can have, or maybe I have to use this. Yeah, Jotai is nice sometimes, but Jotai is then, okay, Jotai has changed a lot. It's used in ping by you know who. I think I should try this out because I liked Jotai at like some time ago when I used it, but then I was like, it's a lot of work. Anyways, let's give it a shot. npm I Jotai, and while that is getting installed, so we have to have an atom which simply has price atom, message atom, and product atom. Then use atom will just get that atom value. Yeah, so I could have this atom inside of the folder or inside of this just the src folder. Yeah, exactly. I forgot using Jotai. I used it in the past. I'll just create a folder called atoms, and I'll just place the color atom. Or actually, better yet, I'll just create a file called atoms. And I'll say export const color atom equals to atom. We pass in yellow in there, and not only that, we also pass in the node color. So now we have type safety. But now I could just do this from use atom, and then we could pass in that color atom. Let's see. So we also have a store. Okay. You can have a store and then pass it in the provider. This is a lot better, I think. Let's use this first of all. So we have atom, we get 0 and 1. Okay, wait a minute. I think I used it wrong. So you have this value and set value. So you have color and set color. Yeah, we don't need the store in this case. So now the color will be the color that we get back. Oh, I just launched Visual Studio. Let's close this. My CPU is just yelling at me right now. We don't need set color, at least not right now. But what we do need is, yeah, right over here we need this atom again. So let's just, so we don't need this one as well. Yeah, we don't need the color prop at all. And so we have color, we have set color. And what I could do is just change this when I want to change it. So if I go inside of the color model, instead of setting this as our state, I could use that atom once more. This is a lot more, this is a lot easier. Set color and then just pass this in right over here. Let's see if I'm doing something more. Let's see if I'm doing something wrong in here as well. Use atom value and use set atom. You want the value or the setter. Yes, exactly. Change that. That works. Wow, that works. But do we want it to work right like that? Anyways, this is fine. So basically now let's also change this on the other end, basically where the input exists. So if I go back in here, by the way, Yan, what's the time zone in your case? Like, what's the time right now? It's 2:44 here in India. But what's the time in your end, on your end? By the way, where did I keep that input? In the new page, we have title. Okay, here's the input. So all we have is we have input border, input warning. This is where I got a little bit confused. 22 hours. So it's about midnight. About midnight. It's about to go midnight. That's nice. Input warning. Now, if I just, how do I think I could use a sort of an object once more. So it should be input border. Whatever the color is, actually, no, not like this. If the color is yellow, it should be input warning. If the color is blue, it should be input info. If it's green, it should be input success, and else it should be error. So we have this input border index, whatever the color is, and so this will just work. Wow, that is so cool. That is one of the coolest things I have ever made, not gonna lie. This is one of the coolest things I've ever made. I might have never thought I can make something like this. Also, let's do this click outside thingy. How can I do that? I go back to Daisy UI modals. Yeah, this click outside, this one. So you have ID, you have modal toggle. For the whole model, use another label for model box to prevent closing when the model is clicked. So yeah, this is the label. But then how to also, yeah, so exactly. Let's see what's the difference between that model and my model. So you have this as your checkbox. You have the button to open the model. You have model box. Yes, exactly. So you wrap everything inside of this label. Everything. So this should be a label, and this should be for what? For the color model, and there should be another label which should have a for of nothing. Actually, wait. This should be the label with the for of nothing. I guess that's how it works. So you have model and then model box. Let's try this out. Yep, that works. If I click on these, this works too. Wow. Okay, so title goes here. Let's also add that text box real quick. So the text box on this app looks something like this with lines. But in our case, I don't know if we are going to do that. Let's see, text area. I don't want this thing right over here, but anyways, for the text area, I think I'll have another component. So let's just create a new, I'll just say note. I'll just call it content tsx. Almost the same thing as title, but not exactly the same. So you get the color, and all you can do is just use the text area. And then you can just say, well, hey, write down the note in here. There are 4 viewers or 2 viewers right now watching. It's been an hour and a half and we are still live. Hey, hi, 0xAPI48 or Hex API 48. Nice to see you in here. How are you doing? What's the time on your end? Let us know right in here. It'd be fun. Hey, Bhavesh P Dev. I wonder how you're still awake at this time, Bhavesh. Okay, where were we? In the pages, new, right over here. I'll just put content. There we go. So this, I don't think it needs the flex box, but it needs a margin top of 10. Since I'm a legendary, I'm awake. Yes. Because you don't have a college tomorrow, right? You don't have your college tomorrow. That's why you are awake right now. Oh, I have this input class right over here. That's why it makes me mad. So we have text area, and then we have to do text area, and then sleeping is good for you, legendary. The thing is that we get input borders. Oh, I think it looks fine. It looks fine even though we have this text area. What happens if I just, okay, I can change it anyways, so let's just do that. Text area, and it should be text area border. So I'll just say text area border. Oh man, why did I press escape? I am building a Colornote clone. So if you know, or if you don't know, this is the Colornote app on, you can write on the Play Store. I'll just put this link right up here. Or if you're on Apple, just search for this. I think it should be available on App Store. App Store Colornote. Yes, it is available on, no, it's not available on App Store. Sorry. So basically, Colornote is this app that gives you colorful notes. This is, I think, for people who want simple stuff in their lives. So yeah, simple and organized stuff. So I'm trying to build the web version for the Colornote because I want to, because it looks really good. And building a project like this is also really helpful even in the portfolio. So yeah, that's what I'm building right now. I change the color. This is how it looks like. I think this, what backend will you use? Right now I have no backend. I mean, I'm using Next.js. So Next.js has API routes. That's what I'm using right now as the backend. For the database, I'm using Xata. If you know what Xata is, let me just put a link to Xata right in here. This is a new boy in town that has a really nice user interface. So yeah. Wait, so now let's focus on this. I'm getting distracted very much. Where is it? How can I set the size? Wait, so max width full, height full. Looks futuristic. Xata, yes. Xata is very futuristic. Actually, it is futuristic because the way it is built, man, drives me nuts. How can they build this amazing thing? Okay, now how do I make this height? Like, okay, I also think the text size is really small in this one because the average user, if they come and just start typing, it's fine. It's fine for now. Let me know if you have any suggestions for this app. But I'm still a little bit confused. Okay, how do I, wait a minute. Text area, full size, full height, Tailwind. Limit the width of the whole thing because it's easier to follow lines if they are under 80 characters or so. Yeah, white theme. Right now, I just went lazy and chose the Dracula dark theme. But in the future, of course, without light theme, nothing works. So you gotta have a light theme. Uh, Limit the width of the whole thing. You mean this whole thing? You mean this title bar or this one? I have set a container, so there is some space right in here. If you just look closely, so there is some space in here, and there is also some space right over here. Mostly the content. So you mean this part right over here? Hmm. There's also sort of. Okay, wait. Exactly. If I make this smaller, so if I just go ahead and change the width, I'll just set it to half, then it looks weird. But at the same time, if I just go ahead and set this flex and justify center, this looks meh. Or what I could do better. I think I can place the container, so wherever the container is inside of layout. So instead of setting it to MX auto, I can set it to MX of, let's say, okay, that's not going to work. It says reduce the width of the title as well. Yeah, because I think there is a lot of space in here. Reducing the width will help. So if I just go up top, if we do this, and then we just set this justify center as well. This looks a little bit weird, but if I just set the width to, let's say, 104, I think that will decrease a lot. Let's see, 60% or 55%. This looks a little bit cleaner, I think. Like you have a lot of room, breathing room, but at the same time, everything looks very small. So I think I should increase the text size. Go, wait a minute, where's the title? Right over here. Have a container for the title plus content and set the size to that. Exactly. I'm just too dumb to do that. Thanks for letting me know. So where is it? So basically the container that is wrapping them is this one. I can wrap these in a different div. So basically if I go to the new page, new, okay, here it is. So I could just MX and have some margin left and right. Wait a minute. Yeah, exactly. It happens. You know, we are developers. We have this feeling that we don't know anything. But I said it as a joke. It wasn't. I did not actually mean that I'm dumb. Of course not. Because if I'm dumb, then why would someone subscribe to the channel? Min width and margin auto was entering. Min width and margin auto. I actually never use min width. I use it sometimes, but I actually don't use it a lot. Why is it that min width doesn't work like this? If I set it to, okay, min width. I thought it was max width. So min width, we have, let's see what options we have. We have full, min, max, and fit. If I set the width to 50%, oh, so you mean max width. That's better. Now we get options. Yeah, that's better. 5 XL. Fine, this looks good. I also gotta increase the text size. See, this is the benefit of me brain malfunctioning to be, yeah. This is the benefit of streaming everything live, because first off you get support, and the next thing is you get motivation to do something. Honestly, when I'm doing something alone, I usually fail. This is one of the, this is, I think, the second side project that I'm continuously building, and I'm not like collapsing. Like, I don't want to do this. Let's add some padding. Human GPT. What do you mean? What is human GPT? Never heard of that. Human GPT. Okay. Human GPT. Human GPT. Let's go set the font size for the title input. Like chat GPT with human. You basically get superpowers when you live stream. Yes. Size. How can I change the size for this one? Text LGXL, whatever. Input large. this looks better, then I have to do the same thing for the button. So there's width and height, which is 12. By the way, do any of you use Vim? I've been playing around with Vim lately, and it's quite a bit of work, honestly. At least in the beginning, it's quite a bit of work with Vim. All right, finally we have this. We have this page. Now I want to do this with the local storage. Just kidding. Anyways, now I want this to be saved in local storage. So whenever someone selects a color, last time I tried to touch. By the way, if you don't know, Fireship has a new video about new Vim. So Fireship. So if any of you are interested in GGVGD, I know GGVG, but I don't know D. Oh, no, I know. GGVGD. GGVGD. Now I get it. Delete the whole file. Exiting Vim. You know what I do? I don't use that Vim in terminal. I use this Vim in VS Code. And if I want to exit it, I just disable it. You know, that's what I do. D is delete. Yeah, so deleting the whole file. It's actually very fun. I did not expect it to be this fun. I did not expect that I would get people watching this live stream. By the way, is this stream proper for you, or is this lagging? Like, I've got an internet connection. I have got a good internet connection, but I'm not sure if this works really well. Okay, so I'm using Jotai in here. How do I make it work with local storage? So is there a local storage? Here we go. Atom with storage. It's exit with saving. Wait, so colon X is exit with saving. Yeah, quality is nice. Oh, I didn't know that. By the way, I just upgraded to Windows 11 today. I I thought it will. I thought it won't be really nice, but it is good. It's good enough. Windows 11 isn't as bad as I expected to be. I don't think the drag and drop thing is still works, but anyways. So we have Atom with storage. So you can just, I think I could just say Atom with, no, without saving true Vim. Without saving, I only know WQ. That's what I knew. Colon WQ without saving. Let's use Vim in here. This will be fun. At least I will get some support from you guys. Okay, so Atom with storage. I think I'll have to import this. Import something from Jotai slash utils. And then I have to import Atom with storage. And just make this Atom with storage. It's just one character less. It makes no difference. Now if I just go, where is it? I always forget that I have the app on a different window. But let's look at local storage. So if I just open the application tab, local storage, here we have nothing. So if I refresh, we still have nothing. Yep, we got color blue. Fine. Offline support is a nice idea for this type of project. Offline support is a nice idea. Oh wait, I forgot this. I forgot how to set the height full. So you can have a div with the height of full, which I guess should be in here. Height full. I'll just be right back. Just a minute. So I'm back. Actually, everyone is asleep, so I'm doing my own job. Can I put music like this? Yes, I can. I can enable and disable that. That's nice. Cashier waiting music. I should get that. It's kind of off topic, but wait, do you mean this? Let's hope it does not get demoed. Okay, yeah, you're not gonna hear this. No, this is not what I want. Anyways, let's. I'm a very distracting person, so not distracting, but I get distracted quite a lot. So basically, if I set this height to 30 VH, how well will that work? Okay, not 30 VH, but 50. Yeah, that looks good enough. 60, 70. Fine. What happens if I do this? We got we got a hack. This is nice. We got a hack. What else now? Okay, now we need a button in here. So I think I should make this 60 instead of 70 because a button in the end will I think it should be full width. So, well, if I go down in here, wait a minute. Okay, we get an error. Fine. Just note dot color because note what we get back from in here. I'll just call this as note color because I know this is coming from the database, so it's not going to be bad. All right. Today I want to finish this thing called like adding a note. I want to finish this and then go to sleep. This is then submit add button. I don't know if this is a best practice to like. Okay, there is one question I have for Vim that I want to copy this whole file and then I want to paste it. Okay, this is what I usually. Okay, I had this question, but now it's gone. Anyways, so we have add button. Yeah, Vim feels faster now, a little bit, but I don't think I should forget the VS Code shortcuts. Okay, fine. Now all we need is just a button. So how are we going to do that? GGVGY. Yes, exactly. That's what I did. We have the button, and I think I should wrap. Then you go to the other blank file and P. Yes, I just got that in my head and I did that. That was nice. By the way, uh, this that we apply, where is it? The custom container that we apply, which is in source app new page right over here. I could move this inside of the layout file. Right now we are using this layout file. But instead we could use the other layout file for this page. That is possible, but let's keep it simple for now. Let's just implement the feature. I'll just say create. Actually, we don't need a button because I don't think we should have a button in this case. Where is Colornote? Okay, here we go. They don't have a button like this. They have this button. Let me check this on my phone. So we have Colornote. If I create a new note, when I exit, it automatically saves. So I don't need to hit the create button. So basically when I close the page, I think I could just make it save. Should be save, class name btn primary. Now I'll just say, oh, we have all these. Okay, here's another Vim question. What if I want to delete all these without selecting and pressing D? Debounce and save in the database. I can do that, but I need to check what Xata has to offer. Like, is there a limit? There is a rate limit of 75, which means there can be problems. Yeah, let's do debounce save right now because there are no users. Now, what if I want to delete all these lines without counting? I don't think that's possible. Like, I could just do this. 75 a what a day. So we pay $0 per month, which means 750,000 records per month. You go to line 3 with :3 and then D5J to delete lines 5. Okay, wait. Line 3, D5J. What? Okay, I know that there are 5 lines, so I could just do D5J. D means it's going to... I don't get this. How does the D5J work? J is used to go down, right? Yes, and K is used to go up. So if I want to delete lines up top, I could use D5K. That's a cool trick. See, this is what we don't get to learn in what? This is what we don't get to learn in tutorials. That's nice. D5J, delete 5J, delete 5 lines down. That's a good definition. I thought like if I want to delete a line, I use DD. So what I usually do is what I usually do is I go, wait, something is wrong with this. I have to use Control Z. So what I usually do is I do 5DD. That deletes 5 lines. Vim tutor. Can I use tutor in here? No, that's not a command. Or V5DJ. What is V? Okay, that V to select and 5 J and D. That's a lot of keys. Okay, now here's where I press U and then it just messes up something. I just use 5DD and then that works. But then I also have to count these lines. I was just going to sleep and now I will stay awake for a while exploring new Vim. So you guys, okay, you guys from WebDev Cody server, I did not recognize you. So you're Yan. Now I get that. Oh, nice. Smokies, but a bit more visual. Oh, yes. What was that? Shift V and then 5JD. Exactly. So a little bit more visual. I should also add that learning Vim by and let's just do that. Anyways, I have the same avatar everywhere. Oh, okay, I did not notice that. That's nice. Anyways, going back. Okay, where were we? In the new page, I did not want to create a new file. That is new. What did I name the component? I did not name. I did name the component. Now, Yan, do you use Vim in your terminal or in VS Code? Curious to see that. Do we have a different color for the buttons? I don't like this this pink color. Let's see, button. I think we have a secondary color. There's an accent color. There's secondary. Vim in terminal. So you might be a new Vim person, right? It's so much faster. Exactly. Yes. So my Yan. So is your nickname pronounced as Yan or Yun? By the way, what language is this? Japanese or Chinese? I'm curious. Like I heard somewhere that China does not have YouTube, which is funny because Yang, it's Japanese. Yon. You know what? Let's cheat a little bit. What's wrong? Why doesn't it pronounce the name? In French, in the katana, one of three Japanese alphabets. Oh, nice. Wait, what? My speakers aren't working or what? No, I can't listen to myself. So yeah, there might be a problem with my speakers. Anyways, oh, I wore the wrong earphones. I shouldn't have closed that tab. Let's get it back. So, Yan. That's how it's pronounced. Yan. Yan. Yeah, so I got that right, I guess. Full. And so let's go here. Here, I'll just add empty 10. Let's also add the save icon. Save. I think I'll have to import it myself. Import something from add hero icons, React 24 outline, and it's the save icon. The save icon does not exist. Wow. Save. The save icon isn't there. Wow. I did not expect that. But anyways, I could make an issue in here. Like a suggestion, save icon. So I could go ahead and just no try disk. Oh yes, disk. But then it also should no. If the save icon exists, it should be in there. Something like this. Something like this. I think it would be nice to have a save icon or a disk icon like this. I did not do a search for this. Okay, here it is. It's already there. So now I don't need to do this. Anyways, he created it himself, but where is the code? Copy. No, it's not in here. There's also hero icons.dev. I don't know if they are the same or different. What? This search is not as good. Anyways, let's keep it let's keep it empty because they don't provide us with icons. So I am not sure if I'm going to have the live stream tomorrow because I've got college, so I have no idea. I have no plan whatsoever for these things. I usually live stream randomly. So yeah, if I'm going to have a live stream, I'm just going to share it in the Discord server. But yeah, still go to sleep. It's good if you go to sleep. On click. What should I use with? What should I give it? This it should be click or mouse handler, mouse event handler. On click, mouse event handler of HTML button element. Mouse event handler. And we just go ahead and put it right over here. All right. So how do we add on click? Well, all we have to do is okay. So we have Jotai, and I think we could define this on click right over here. Handle save. All we do just pass in handle save like so. So basically saving it into the database, and for that we have to create an API route, and to hit the API route we need Axios. So we'll just go ahead and do that. I'll just go pages, notes, create.ts, and I'll just take a look at the get one. So this is how it looks like. ggvgyp. Oh, that did not work. gdvg, what's wrong? Okay, Vim is just not responding right now. Wow. For cloud, for saving. Okay. Yeah. But still, wow. So this is what happens when you have a system like me. So you have cloud arrow up. Let's check this out. This is sort of an uploading one. That's why I kind of don't want it. Or maybe we could have it. Let's just add it right now. Someone else is going to come and save us later on. Cloud arrow up icon with the class name of width of 10 and height of 10. And then see flex, items center, gap of 3. Let's go in there. All right, so we have some little error. What is that? Oh, fine. I passed in this handle save right over here, like so. But I shouldn't do that. Why is that? Then do I have to put use client right there also? Okay, how do I go up top on the top of the file? I think it's GG. Yeah, it's GG. GG shift O, use client. Good. Fine. Now, I just forgot what I was doing. Yeah. So we have get notes. Instead of get notes, this should be create note. And now I think I also need Zod. So what I can do is I could just say, well, hey, const create note schema is going to be as z dot object. This should be the same as like when we create a note with this. So let's see. Hey, if anyone is watching, drop a hi in the chat so that we can talk to each other. With Zod, can I get the types? Zod. Can I like generate the Zod schema with an interface or with a custom type? So objects. I don't think I can do that. I have researched a lot for this. So we have the title, we have content, we have color, and we have the user ID. No, user ID is not what we want to get. Anyways, so we have the title, which will be z.string with min of 1. We have content, which will be z.string again with the min of 1. And then we have the color, which will be z.enum. In our case, it will be yellow, or what is it? It's blue or green or red. So we are not accepting any other types. And yeah, that's it. That's it with our Zod schema. So what we can do is we could get the session. If not session, then do this. Else const create note data is going to be create note schema, create what is wrong. I think Discord is taking a lot, but it's not, in reality it's not taking a lot of CPU memory. VS Code, I have a lot of plugins installed, so yeah. diwi create note schema dot safe parse and then request dot data, request dot body. Create note data, and then what you can do is you could just go ahead and say, well, notes dot create, and then just pass in create note data. I guess it should work. So can I just do something like this? Okay, we have success. If man, so if this is the case, then we have create node data dot data, right? Now why is this yelling at me? It says constant, okay, inside of a block. Yes, so we got a block. dwi create new note, new note. Okay, fine. I think the stream should end by now. Like once we get this feature up and running. Where is it? Okay, fine. I think the icon looks very big. It should have five, 7 and 7, and up top it should have a text of Excel at least. That's a little bit better. So now one goes ahead and clicks the save button. This should trigger it to create this. And wait a minute. So it's going to create this. If it is success, then it's going to create it. Else it's not going to throw an error, but we are going to throw an error. So what I can do is I can just return in here, and I could say instead return rest.json. And actually, let's just go ahead and do this. I'm just going to do this. Success is going to be true, and new note will be present, and in here it's going to be the same thing, except we will have success as false, and yeah, the new note will be null. Fine. Okay, now that that is done, we can also add loading in here, which of course I'm going to add. So if I go right on to Daisy UI, where is it? Daisy UI loading. You just add this loading class. And how do you go about adding that? Well, you have some state and you modify that state. And how do you modify that state? You do that by just having the state first in the first place. So we'll have const something equals to use state, and this is going to be false by default. It's called is loading, set is loading, and then we could just go inside of, well, not this one, but the add button, and we could just say, well, hey, is loading. It's going to be of type boolean. Then you should get is loading. Then you can go right over here, replace this with, oops, I did something wrong. Replace this with these. And then just put in if is loading, then have the loading class. Then what we could do is we could just pass in is loading as is loading, and then we could go in here, we could set is loading to true, and we could set is loading to false right over here. We could go in here and we could make this an async function. I feel like I'm doing them right. All right, now that we have Axios, let's do this. Axios.post. We're going to post onto /API/what notes /create. And then we're going to pass in this data, which as of now we do not have. Fine. Let's put an await in here. And so what we can do is we have to, okay, I did set this atom. So let's go back. These atoms, yes, right over here. So we have the color atom. What we can do is we could create the one more atom that will be title atom. It will be of type string, and it will be just an empty string. So I don't need to pass it in like so. And so the same thing with, wait a minute, with this one should be content atom, should be content, and this one should be title. Fine. Okay. What just happened? So now we can use the same thing in the title and content components. So I can just go right over here and I could say, well, hey, use another atom. So this one should be title, and this should use the title atom. It should also have set title. Yeah. So now if I go in here, I have to set the value to title, and on change e set title to e.target.value. And so we have to do the same thing in content. So let's do that real quick. So we use the color, and we do the same thing now. Instead of this, we could just say content should be content atom. So we could just go right in here. We could say value is going to be content, and on change it's going to be e set content, which we have to go up top and get. Totally forgot. Don't worry, this is about to end. Set content e dot target dot value. That was a lot of boilerplate code. Anyways, let's go back to where we were beforehand. If I go back to the page notes color model, where were we? Yeah, this one. So what do we send in here? We get back something from these atoms. So const something is equal to use atom. Now, can I use multiple atoms? That's a question. How can I use multiple atoms? I know that I can use one atom, but how can I use multiple atoms at once? Wait, what? Use atom value, and you have use set atom. So if you just want the value, or if you just want, I could do that. That will make it a lot better. Let's just remove this for now. Let's go back in here. So all we need is set, right? So what we could do is we could just set, actually use set atom, or yeah, use set atom. Oh no, should be DW like so. So this is not going to return to us an array. Instead, it's just going to return the set function. That's a lot better. I should just change it in all cases wherever I don't need this. So we need the color, right? So instead of this one, you could use value atom. Oops. What's wrong? Use atom value. Okay, use atom value. You're not going to get what I'm trying to say. So now we should remove this. Next up, we have the same thing in here. Use atom value, and we could do just use atom value. That is nicer. I like it. Why are we importing? Okay, we are not importing it 2 times. Fine. Next up, we have store provider. Okay. Now, using multiple items. What if I want all values at once? I'm not storing these in an object, so I think I'll have to do that. So the special user performance use the const will cause unnecessary renders. Yes. So let's just get all the values. So all we need is getting all these items. So what we could do is we could just say const something, not something, but color is equal to use atom. Restart the TS server. So use atom value, the color atom, then this is going to be the title, which is going to come from title atom. This is going to be the content atom, and this is the content that we are looking for. And so we can pass these in. So we have color, we have title, and we have the content. Wow. Now let's hope for the best and prepare for the worst. We could add, I'm not sure if there are toasts in Daisy UI. So is there a toast? Yes, there is a toast. But I am not sure if it has any animation. So how can we, like, okay, wait. Okay, there is an animation. Ting, ting. Okay, fine. Notification, message alert. Except C. Whatever. Let's keep it simple for now. Anything bad happens, we just want to set loading to false. Set is loading to false. But then it will just throw an error if anything bad happens. What if I wrap it inside of try catch? So try, move everything inside. Finally, set is loading to false. And if I add a catch in between, I don't think it's going to throw an error. But what we can do is if I go to create, what we can do is we could add, instead of this one, we could add a status of 500 for bad request. And so we get back something. We get back the data. So if the data dot success, if it is false, we are going to show a toast. And for toast, we are going to use React hot toasts. I totally forgot the hot toast. This is giving my eyes a little bit of, not pressure, but it's fine. Let's quickly install this because now I am really sleepy because it's been, how long? How long am I streaming now? I have no idea. I've been streaming for the last 2 hours. That's a lot for me. All right, anyways. So we have the toaster that we have to show. I guess the toaster is the component that we are going to put in here. Toaster. And what we can do, if not data.success, we can just have the toast function, right? And this toast function is going to have a message. Type, no, don't want type. So you have this, I'm just going to call this could not create to do. Yeah, let's just go with this one. For now, it should at least work. Also, let's add the routing. So const router equals use router, but from next/navigation. Okay, my CPU is getting a little bit angry at me right now. Discord is using a lot. Let's kill Discord. Anyways, where were we? So we have navigation, use router, right? If not data success, we are going to show this. But else, all right, just check Discord once more. Okay, what do we want to do? I just totally forgot. Else we have, else what do we have? We have router dot push slash. That's it. Fine. Now this must work. I'll just check the message. Learn. OD. Okay, so as Yan suggested, what we can do is instead of having these in totally different atoms, we could create just one unified atom that does its job. So he is actually right. If I just create a new atom, note atom, if I just set atom with storage with the key of note and the value of, see, okay, so that's when we need a type for this one. So should be interface note. The color is going to be note color. Then we will have the title, which will be string, and the content, which will also be string. And what we can do in here is we could just pass in the note type, and so the color be yellow, the title will be an empty string, and the content will also be an empty string. Exactly. Thank you very much. Now for this one, let's get rid of these three. And so all we have to do, okay, now how do I, CPUs was part of why I use NeoVim. Okay, now I get it. I want to kind of use NeoVim too, but then I'm too much obsessed with VS Code. I don't know. I have Node Atom. It's, I feel like it's a bad habit. How do I get these ones? D. And then what we can do is we can const note is going to be use atom value of note atom, and then we can get rid of this. So all we have to do dt, oh wow, so if I do this delete till, oh man, I did not know that. Thank you very much again. You are helping me a lot in this Vim thingy. So if I just want to do this dt, okay, I think that's for one line. Okay, that's di, and oh, so Vim is just combination of these little tricks, right? Vim is just a combination of these things. It's actually pretty nice now. I feel faster. Yep. So this is going to be no. This is going to be note atom. So we are now okay. Now setting this. Okay, I have no idea. If we are using the object, then we are setting the object I equals inside, a equals around, and it will include all parents, right? So a equals around. So if I go back, if I say d a this, then it deletes the whole thing. Wow. Okay, that's a lot nicer. I'm now kind of getting used to him. And then what if I want to delete till the comma? So dt comma. D a comma. No, that's not going to work. Fine. So now in here, basically what we get back is nothing, because this set basically returns the set function. Yeah, so we have to use set note item df will df comma. How exactly? Delete, does that mean delete with comma? Df comma. What does f stand for? Set note. Then all we have to do is, instead of using set color, we can set note to whatever the previous note was. And the color. Forward. So delete forward, comma. Wow. Now I'm just going to show off to my friends how much I know Vim. So delete note atom. Now I know that you can only learn Vim through experience. Vim is just something that comes from experience. I'm not willing to go back now, kind of. So you get the value for, well, what color? And we want content. Vim is muscle memory. Yeah, we have a lot. I saw somewhere a meme that human brain has kind of terabytes of memory. I don't remember that meme. I saw it somewhere. Yeah, human estimated storage of these much, but can't remember basic math facts. I should tweet this. Oh man, I'm very good English. Add something else. Anyways, going back, we have, okay, where were we? Set note. Okay, so we have to do the same thing for this, for setting the atom. So all I'm going to do now is just going to get set note from use set atom, and the note atom passed in. And oh, I don't even need the note atom, do I? I don't even need this. I could just wrap this inside of this, and I could just use atom. And so now I get the set note function. So now instead of value content, it's going to be value content is going to be, we need content and we need the title. Or do we? No, we don't need title, just need the content. So instead of set content, this should be DWI. This should be set note. Again, the same thing, previous note. Ooh. Now I'm memorizing everything in Vim. Let's do this one more time. I like it. I actually I enjoyed very much. Note atom. All right, now we can do the same thing as we did right over here. So why not just yank this line and put it just in here. All we need is the title. That's all we need. So and this one should be set node, previous node. Mm-mm. All right. I hope that's it. This must work now. If this does not work, I'm not going to sleep tonight. Anyways, it should work and it should redirect us to the home page. And if I'm going to just say, hey, first note, and let's generate some random content in this one. What? Okay. And let's select yellow for this. Hit save. Okay, so we don't need that icon. Ah, I just forgot. So the node gets added somehow, but the user does not, which is really bad. So if I go back to Xata right over here, okay, here it is. So the user is null. Let's delete this one. So to add the user, all we need is go in here and before creating a light, so delete till this, and then let's just do this. So okay, wait. So for the user ID, we need session dot user dot. We don't get the ID, man. That's rad. How do I get the ID in Next.auth? Next.auth user ID. ID. Here's the quickest solution that worked for me. Callbacks, sessions. Yes, we should do that. Token.uid equals to user. Let's go back to Next.auth TS. Here we have a bunch of stuff. We have the secret, we have the callback and session. What you can do is you can just define a callback session. I'm not sure if you need the JWT one, but I think you need that session. So you just modify this. You get back the session, token, and user, and you don't need the token. And if session.user exists, just session.user.id will be equal to user.id. And to have TypeScript in this one, I am not really sure. I saw this somewhere. That if I want, yeah, this one. So this return type slash next.auth DTS. I have to create it somewhere. So I will just go ahead and say next dash auth DTS. Oh, I cannot paste it like so. Boom. Okay, so now we don't need the address, but what we do need is the ID, which will be like so. All right, fine. So now if I go in here, oh wait, not in here. Yep, this one does not error out now. So this should give us the ID. And now we need the create note data. All right. Now here it says email does not, oh man, I did a little mistake. So basically I don't want to modify this whole thing. I want this one as well. So yeah. Okay, fine. That fixes the issue. Okay. Let's do this one more time. So I'm going to go, okay, one more thing that I have to fix is go ahead and go to the add button and then just not show this when is loading is true. So is loading, if not is loading, then only you can just show this. Fine. So it says extra attributes from the server. Mm-mm. I think I should just go ahead and console.log this session variable. Null. Wow. Which means we have to log in. I don't know why the login thing added. I don't know what the username and password is. And we are not logged in. It says canary properties of undefined reading ID, which means that session. But if I say if not session, then return status 400. Network get returns nothing back to us. That's something new. Oh man, why is it like this? Mm-mm-mm. Did I use fake filler for this one? Okay, now I know. The password is correct. That's why we get redirected right over here. But okay, I know. I did a little mess up when we have, I guess, where's the Stack Overflow answer? Somehow closed it. But it also had the JWT callback. So in here, even in here, we get a lot. So there's token, and then we have token dot UID. We can set that to what? We can set that to account user. We can set that to user dot ID if the user exists, or yeah, if user, then we can do this. And in the end, all we do is we return the token. I guess it returns a token. Let's hope this one works. Where's our app? We still don't get anything. Callbacks. Here we go. User ID, user ID, next auth, user ID. User and token equals token dot user equals to user. So all we do is we just set if user exists, then token dot user will be equal to user. and then we return the token. And for the session, we do something else. So for the session, what we do is we set the session to this object that has the session already, and that also has the user, which contains the ID of user.id, and that also contains the previous user, which is actually not user but session.user, which then takes me right over here that we have to delete this. Oh yeah, we are not returning any user, so we return the session. In the end, I'm just going to restart the server. This must work. Late night error solving. Why it still does not work? Okay, so I have to log in once more. And to log in, I have to log out. And to log out, what I could do is I could just clear the cookies. So where are my cookies? Cookies. Check my cookies. I should delete this and delete this. Now refresh once. Let's log in. Now we are going to log in. So this token has a lot of data in it. So go to application tab. We have cookies. This is the token. If I just go to jwt.io and if I decode this token somehow, okay, wait. This is the CSRF token. This is not the JWT token. JWT should be somewhere else. Yeah, so where's the JWT token stored then? Interesting. The session strategy is JWT, so the token should also be somewhere. One more thing that I just got reminded of is if we go back to the page, right, if it is a success, then we want to route the dot push, but we also want to clear the local storage. So local storage dot set item note to just nothing, like so. That will do its job, but I don't worry about this. From the sign in, we have this. From session, you return the session. Okay. Sign in callback, redirect callback. Persist the OAuth access token and or the user ID to the token right after sign in. I think this is what we have to do. Maybe, who knows? Let's give it a shot. Account comes from right over here. And profile, what is profile? Oh, we also have profile, which might be undefined. So an ID does not exist, which means it should be user. So it's just profile. And then in session, you have send properties to the client like access token. This is exactly what I'm looking for, I guess. So session.access token equals to token.access token. Okay, so we get back a token. And we cannot set the access token like so. And what we can do is we could go back to the DTS file and we could set it like so. Oops. VDW? No, 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 wait. VW, yank it, paste it, make it a type of string. String. Oh, because I set it on user. Anyways, let's comment this out for now. But let's see what happens now. We got that right. I'm going to answer this Stack Overflow question. I don't know. I have the urge to do that. Let's do that real quick. How can I ask question? Okay. I just referred to the next auth docs and finally got it working the right way. This page. Now this should be a link. At least let's help people. Oh, we have the session callback and we have the GWT callback. So instead of profile, we have user. Instead of profile.id, we have user.id. And I could put the question mark in here. And I guess let me just refer to my code and do the same thing. Let's remove this code. Do the same thing right down there. So you get session and token. I skipped the line below because it gave me a type error. And so what we can do is we can also set this for TypeScript. So if you use TypeScript, add it to a new file called, what did I call the file? Next auth next auth.d.ts. Add this to a new file called next.ts, which is right here. So copy and paste. Ooh. Anyways, async GWT, I don't think we need the async right in there. So yeah, just get rid of that. All right, so back in the game. Now let's try adding this node. So I'm going to hit create node. As I said, it's already there. So I'll just hit save. And okay, we got an error. Request failed with status code 500. It says undefined. What is undefined? Invalid success column not found. What? Success column not found? Why is it adding success? Create node schema. My bad. Here we go. Now I think this node should appear on the top. So when we are fetching, when we are getting, we should kind of reverse this. So nodes, we're getting it by, so where's Xata? Let's get back to Xata. So here we have nodes, get code snippet, query all records. So we are getting all filtered, but at the talks. Yes. So we want to kind of fetch it. We have get many sorting. Yes, sort name, ascending name, descending. So I don't think we have a date or created at. Yes, we don't have that. So we can create a new column of date. Let's see, created at, not null, of course. Default value should be now, not a valid date. Anyways, let's skip this. Where is that? Okay, now right now it's null. Let's set this one to 7 or today. Oh wait, I'll just remove this. I'll create a new column, the same one, created at, should be not null. This should be today. Actually, no, wait. Let's just do this. And then what we can do is we can sort these according to the created at. So we could just say dot sort. We have to do this Xata code gen. So we're going to sort by created at, and sort in the descending order. And so we also have to push the created at that way, and we have to, inside of here, we also have to do this. So created at should be date, actually new date. Let's see, that should work. Where is it? Let's create a new node. Why is it still right over here? Oh, okay, wait. I don't want the color to just disappear. But still, this data did not go away. Use atom value, post color equals. Let's remove this, and yeah, so the node, this is empty. I did this. Color should be yellow. That's all there should be. So if I remove this, if I refresh, yes, exactly. Or even better, why am I even doing this? Set note. Set note. If you look close enough, I never suggest removing the other atoms. It's an aggregation of atoms. Oh, I did not knew that. So you can create an atom that is a collection of other atoms. So you can get these other atoms, and then you can modify these. But like, how can you modify these? How can you set the prices atom? Then you use the price atom, which comes back from prices. So you retrieve an atom. You store an atom you store atoms inside of that one atom. That is so cool. But the thing is, I have no idea how this is going to work. I don't know if atoms with storage will work in this case. It should work. Let's see. Yeah, that will also reduce a little bit of code. Atom with storage. Whoops. Should be right over here. There should be note color. And yeah, RDD. Why is it yelling at me? Oh, because we don't have this. Expected 2, 3 arguments got 1. Oh, yes, so there should be color. But then that is note. So that is, I don't think we need atom with storage in this one. So we could just make it just an atom without these things. Just an atom that we have to import. Import something from Jotai. Now I'm liking Jotai a lot more than I thought. Okay, then we have atom with storage again. What is it? It's the title. And then we have atom with storage, content. And so now is the time. Now that we get back, what we have to do is we get back, okay, use set atom. So you get back, first of all, you get the note atom and wait a minute. Okay, so you get back the prices. This is the atom, prices atom, or actually the price atom, what I would call it. So we want to get the, what are we setting in here? We are setting the color, right? Yes, we are setting the color. So we need the color atom from the note atom. So what we can do is that we can get the value. Yes, we can get the value. So should we use atom value, and we could get the atom value of note, and what we can get is the color, which is, of course, guess that right, another color. And so with this color we can get set color. Use set atom of color, and then we can just get rid of this whole line. We could set the color to the color. This is a lot better. Wow, learned a lot from these things. Okay, now this can also be a little bit less complex. So what you do is you get, again, you get the atom value. Instead of getting the whole setter, all you do is just get the value. So const something is equal to use atom value. You get the note atom value, and what you get back is the color and the content. All right, so you don't need this anymore, but what you do need is, that's almost the same thing. That's kind of the same thing that we did before, because now we have to run the same code to set the color. Use set atom color, but maybe the code is a little bit more polished, or I don't know. Set content. Yeah, thing is you should probably create separate atom. Yes, separate atoms. But like, this is what we are doing right now, right? We are using set content and then content. I think this is what we are doing. Wait, what did I just do? Df, oh, df, comma. Okay, so now this color, we also have to get, yeah, I wrote that like 5 minutes ago. So that this separate atom So I need to do this. Use atom. It's outdated. So you get the color and set color again. Color atom. How about that? And now this is unknown. Oh wow. Because color atom. Oh man, sorry. This should be color atom like so. Or I should rename these to just color atom, title atom, and content atom, because in the end these are atoms. This is not what I expected, but anyways, it's still fun. Content atom. Some we are setting content, but we are also getting content. So all we have to do is we have to use atom. Content. Color atom. So yeah. Oops. Set content to just this. Set color. We don't need that. All we are doing is we're just accessing the value. So twi use atom value. Value. Fine. Mm, 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 mm. Going back, this should not be this one. This should be color. Actually, wait. Why did I do that? If I could just F2 this. Color atom. All right, let's go back and fix this one. So all I have to do is just, you know what, yank all these, go ahead and paste these. It's almost the same thing. Now instead of getting the content atom, we could just get the title atom. Whoops, title atom. I'm still used to Control C and Control B, so. And finally, set title. Why am I doing this? e.target.value. And yeah, that's it. The switch was a little easy. Yeah, but in the end, we are also setting that. Oh, wait. Yeah, we are not setting it right now, but we have to. So we can set the whole node somehow. How can we do that? We cannot do that. We cannot do that. We cannot set the whole node atom. We have to use these setters once more. So yeah, this should be in an object. This should give us the color atom. This should give us the content atom. This should give us the title atom. And we have to just set colors. It's the same thing, but inside of an object. So yeah. Also, we are passing in the note as a whole. So I think it's better to do the old way that we did, because this is doing the same thing that we were preventing to do in the first place previously. This is the same thing that we weren't willing to do. Let's go back in here, and then switching this is a hassle. Okay. Vim did it really quickly. I did not need to press these things. Okay, now I have to press Ctrl Z. Yes, to keep track of these different states, then it makes sense to use these different values, but I don't think makes sense for this one. Maybe I'll change it later on because right now I'm in a very different mood. Right now I'm in a mood of going to sleep as soon as I can. Okay, what's wrong? So you set atom. Now, now is the time. I should finally check it and then go to sleep. It's been 4 hours, so now for how long am I streaming now? 3 hours. Too much for me. Straight up 3 hours, just coding, nothing else. Okay, where were we? Yes, resetting the state. Set note, which then I have to get this. Use atom. Oops, import this, and then just get note and set note, and then just go ahead and add set note. What color should be yellow? Content should be this one, and title should be nothing as well. Delete till this. Okay, delete till this one, and also remove this. Now I feel productive in Vim, not gonna lie. All right, finally, let's give it a shot. Where is it? Where are you? Did we get anything? No, we don't get anything. Where's the app at? Yeah, here it is. Let's move this to the other one. Okay, if I go to the home page, this is what we have. If I go ahead and create a new node, I'll just put fake. I'll just give this job to fake filler. I'll choose a green color. Let's choose a red one now, and I'll just hit save. And so we get this in the end. Why? Let's take a look at the database. Where is it? Database. So the date.now function did not work well. I mean the time zone thing. This is the worst one. The time zone problem is the worst one. How do I get this working? Maybe I should refer to the Xata docs. Date. Uh, 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 uh. Date model. You have these name, date time, not null, default value now. How can I do this? Default value now. Why wasn't this in here? I'll just delete this column. I'll add a new one. How? Like date time. Date time type represents a point up. Time is the date part and the time part, and both are mandatory. Default value now and not null true. Let's do that. Not null true and default value will be now. How can I do that? Okay, if it's not null, then default value will be now, I guess. I don't need to set it explicitly. So I'll just go back in here and I'll remove this altogether. And let's also do this one more time, just for safety. And now let's try this again. I'll delete the other ones. I'll just keep one note. So let's get rid of all these. Let's create a node and I'll fill this input. I'll just say latest note. See which note What's the color for this one? Okay, yellow. So I'll set this one red. I'll say, hey, this is a test note. Hit save. What is wrong? For the default value is, you know what? The default value I've created at is not now, it is today. So it will just set this. Filter, sort, columns, generate random data. No, don't do that. CLI, TypeScript client, Python SDK, REST API authentication. So you have type of string and type of text. I think this does not provide. Okay, we have type of string and text, but still. Yeah, the map of item thing. Exactly. The map of item thing is just, a pile on top of a pile. It's nothing but more work. But this is messing with me. Not null, true default value now. How the hell can you do that? In JSON you can do that. So like, okay, wait. What if I want to push the schema myself? But that returns an atom. Okay, yeah, now I get it. Automagically. Automagically. Ah. Email verified. This schema is not mine. This schema is from Next.js. So loading the schema from a file. Schema generate, schema less client, API client. Tables. Understanding the schema. The tables in the field of array. I don't want to initialize it like so. I want to just update this. Copy table endpoint. Name table. Delete table. Wait, James Q Quick has some Xata content, so maybe he has this thing. This one. Let's hope this one. This is the one. Should I enable this? Properties. Speakers. You might not be able to listen to me now. Focus. Ooh, that was something else. Okay, yeah, because this has monitor and output
for our site, and then handle form submissions through our actions, again integrating with Xata. Be amazing. So let's go ahead and get started. Now I'm going to start on the Xata side, and we're going to go ahead and create our database model. So we're going to create two models inside of our table. We'll have our email and password. Now back in the resolution, And then on the deploy, we'll say remix app server. We're not actually going through and deploying this, so we won't get to that part. We will use TypeScript in this. And then, yes, let's go ahead and run an npm install, which will install all these packages. All right, so we'll go ahead and open this up. I'm going to use the command code-r, which means reuse this current window. And then we'll do my New Year's resolution app. All right, so that should be amazing. So let's go ahead and get started. Now I'm going to start on, we'll have our be amazing. So let's go ahead and, so nothing that you have to pay for. All in this case, this is going to be relatively straightforward. So let's just checkbox of not null and then not have to define a default value. Since Xata can have branches and then migrations, they want to make sure if you do a migration that you're not going to be creating records that don't have the appropriate data, which in this case requires the default value. So we're going to make sure every value that we create does have a resolution text, but just in case, we'll give the default value of my resolution. So we'll create that column. And then we're going to have a year in here. So this will be a number. So we'll do integer number. We'll call this year, say not null, and then we'll set the default value of 2023. This way you can keep this for many years to come. And then lastly, we'll actually come back and add another property, but lastly here we'll have a Boolean for is completed. And this will be not null with the default value unchecked, which in this case is false. So that's our resolution table. Pretty quick and easy to create this stuff inside of Xata. I love that you also have a viewer here. You can get code snippets to integrate this into your code. You can also create records, etc. It's really nice. So then we're going to create our users table as well. Now this is going to be even simpler. So we're just going to have two properties. So we'll have a string for the email, and actually this will be an email property, not string. And then we'll say this is not null. I can put in a default value of my email here if I want to. So we'll create that column. And then lastly, we will create a password. So we'll do a string, call this password, and then I will check unique or not null. We'll make sure that this is hashed. So we'll do this securely, hashed and salted. So we'll make sure this is happening securely, so you don't have to worry about that. We'll have our email tables. So in this case, we can actually add a relationship by linking to another table, and we can say this property or this column is going to be used as code.
Maybe I should check out another one.
It's called Xata, and I'm super excited about it. I'm going to share with you 5 things. Posts and users, and we've got all the different types of columns
the Xata
that you would
interface
expect,
changed a
ID,
lot.
title. Do labels in here, which are multi-select. So if I wanted to add another one in here, I could just type that in. It's got a slug, and then it has a reference to the author. So you can reference different properties of the author in here as well. So these are coming from this users table. If we look in here, we have name, email, bio, etc. So it has the relationships. You can easily add columns. Let's see what kind of column would make sense to add here. I'm making this up, but what if we had a post number, whatever, and just had to be an integer? This is not real, but there it is. They're actually views.
So here's what I think can happen now, because the date time, the created ad, wait, so he has a different interface, I have a different interface, but still created ad is a date in his case. Sort ascending, rename. No, I don't want to rename this, but I want to edit this. Record. No, I don't want. I want to edit this column. And to edit this column, I have to delete this column. If I generate random data, that's going to generate random data anyways.
With Node.js, Express, TypeScript, Xata, and then Rapid API. And be able to test that stuff safely. That is super cool. The other thing that I think is cool, and this is I'm kind of branching out, no pun intended, trying to branch out and figure out what my use cases are going to be for this. But this search is actually really cool. So if you watch this video, like get code snippet here, this should take into account.
I don't want to initialize this, so I want to update this. So if I want to update this, I have to get into the CLI. Where's the CLI? Installation, authentication, code generation, schema edit. Yes, exactly, schema edit. Xata schema upload schema.json. Now you can retrieve this with Xata schema's dump, right? So now I'm going to retrieve this Xata schema dump. Did this file get updated? Nope. So I have to tell it to dump it into the schema.json file. Yep, here we go. And so right over here we have created ad, and the default value is this. All I have to do is just change this to now. Can I do that, or did it just okay, that's something else. Now I can upload this schema.json file. Drop create error and add yes to that. Finally, we got it working. Yes, kind of. I'm still unsure if we got it working or not. But anyways, let's give it a shot. So I'm going to go back. I'll just create a note. I'll just enter random data. This must work, and whatever. Let's keep it yellow. Hit save. And yes, here we go. I don't know how much happy I am by adding this feature. Um, by the way, James Q Quick, if you don't know, one of the best creators out there. And all right, let's get back. I wish Xata has this feature somewhere. If they have a Discord server, I would like to join it and I would tell them, why did you miss this? Yes, they do have it. I'll just, oh man, I have 100 server limit. I have to leave one. Quick journey, OpenAI. I don't think I will be in OpenAI, so now we'll just join this one. Let's chat. Complete a few more steps. Hey there. Been using Xata for a while now. There is one bug or missing feature, I guess. Adding the default of now to a date time column using the GUI. I could not do it with the GUI, but I used the CLI to dump and load the schema as JSON. All right, fine. We'll probably get our answers sooner or later. Oh, we got a lot of interactions on Twitter. See, not a lot. Anyways, here we go. If you don't follow me on Twitter, let's just. I don't actually. Twitter is something that I own as, just as a hobby, you can say, as to share in public, learn in public, all that stuff. So yeah, I'll also tweet this. And Yan, if you are on Twitter, yeah, what's the idea? At least for now I can make a commit. I don't want everything to be lost. So add, what do I call this? Add feature, add note feature. Oh, you're not on Twitter. Could have mentioned you there. I want to publish this. I think I already have a GitHub repository for Colornotes. So what's the idea? I don't have it. Yes, let's publish this to a public repository. Now we are doing everything in public. That's good. Here it is. A note taking app with colors. Let's add some topics. Next.js, Tailwind, React, TypeScript, and Daisy UI. So the idea is a link posted earlier, code sandbox. Yeah, I don't think I will be able to see the link right over here. in here in the YouTube chat. The link won't work. So you kind of have to send it on Discord, I guess. The link won't work. Yeah, okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, so you have the color and you have the note atom. Inside of the atom. Okay, so can you pass in more than one inside of the atom? Did not know that. So you can select the. So all it does is what we want it to do, right? But with a better structure, but with what you told me what's possible. Default value or value props instead of setting. Anyways, leave it. So this is the exact same thing that we want to do. Atom, when you get, it will return an object. It will get from these atoms. Now I get it. You can do the setter for each component separately. So there's get, there's set, and then wow, this is better. When you set the node and you set the local storage key. Yes, exactly. Let's do this one last thing. So let's see where we used atom. Use atom. First off, in here we have node. Actually, let's first of all open the atoms file. So all we have, we're going to have this. So yeah, storing the note in one object. Then we have to use atom with storage on the note atom, right? We have to make this an atom with storage then. But I don't think that is the way to go. I think it's fine with these three. But then you set title, set content, set color. You get the setters separately, but you get the getters the way you want them, right? Now I get that. And you just set the atom as title atom, which comes from right over here. Hmm. I still think this is kind of fine. Even though it stores the whole node object. So even though if we get the setters separately, we have to set them separately. Use set atom, node atom. Yeah, experimenting, of course. I found you, Yanity. Where's your GitHub? Most probably this is your GitHub, if I'm not wrong. Uh, I got you. I don't think you have any repositories. You don't have to set separately since the node atom has has a setter that will do the thing. It does have a setter, but that setter is going to set the atoms, not the atoms values, right? Okay, it does have a setter, right? I get it. So in the first function you modify the getter function, and in the second function you modify the setter function. Exactly, now I get it. So if I do this, const something is equal to use set atom, the note atom, and you get back nothing, of course. All you get back is set note, and then this set note should just do its job, right? Should be set note just color of yellow. Okay, wait, we have to pass in the other ones. So content is going to be empty, title is going to be empty. And I did not want to fork this. You have color get set. Mm-mm. Oh, yellow shouldn't be valid. That works. Yeah, so this is a much better approach. If you want to set everything, just use set item, like get the whole one. Yeah, that's better. Let's do this. And so now I'm just going to copy your code. I'm just too lazy to type in everything now. Most probably that's why you gave me the code, right? Just to copy and paste. By the way, why do you pass in these generics when they're not needed? Like, they are not needed, so why bother passing them in? Okay, you have this node atom, which this is the one we probably don't need. And wow, that was quick. But then this is also what we don't need. Green is default. Green is default. Why am I like this? It works because I saw that red was the one that was selected before, and then I instantly saw why was green selected then. Then I understood. Okay, green is default. But anyways, so wherever we use the note atom, right now I think this is going to work just fine because we aren't changing anything. In here, we need the note, we need the set note, and we also need this note. Now this note returns an object. Great. So we just modified how Jotai works. Crazy. So we have, okay, I thought everything is going to work just fine, but not in this case. So yeah, of course not in this case because we were returning that. Okay, now we need the color setter and the content setter, right? And the values as well. So we need something from use atom value. So we need from the note atom, we need the color and content. And when it comes to setting, we need the set color from use set atom. But in this case, we have to get the setters, we have to export these ones as well. So export, export, and export. Use set atom for what? For color atom. And then do the same thing for this one, which is set content. Oh, wait, we don't need this set color. All we need is set content. Content atom. And then we could just get rid of this. We could just say set content to e.target to dot value. Now we are back to square one, but better than before. And let's do the same thing. Let's get rid of this line. So now instead of getting the content, we can get the title. Set title. And so set title to e.target.value. What do you say? df comma df comma c. So there was title, content, and there was also the color modal. Here's also where we are using this. So we use the color setter. Yeah, I guess that's the only thing we need. The color we are passing in. What is this one? Yeah, okay, this is from these choices. Okay, so all we need is the color setter. So what we can do is we could just say const set color. Set color going to be use set atom color atom. Set color to color. I guess that's it. We don't need all these, so let's get rid of these. Use better approach for state management. Now you might have heard that sound of what is it? That Windows sound, I guess. Oh, that was oh yeah, your projects. That was a ride. By the way, Yan, don't you have anything on your GitHub? Like, why is it so empty? Wow. I want to build this one too, but you know, it's a fake GitHub. Okay, many people have uh, this identity stuff. So you might be using a pro one for actual projects. What do you mean a past code? Past paste codes. Oh yeah, paste codes. So if I have something like how many digits it is? 5 digits. 5 copy paste. Wow. Copy paste. I'll just save this as where? Okay, it's in the same window, I guess. This one, let's pin this one. 35 tabs. 35 tabs is nothing for me. I actually deal with a lot more tabs. This one, I'll just hit a tweet and then finish off this stream. 80 today. Yeah, 80 is usually, but now I'm trying to control myself and I'm trying to control myself as much as I can because you know too many tabs are very bad. Yeah, I even kept these tabs just to keep these tabs for what? For the live stream. This portal thing I did after a very long time, but I really enjoyed it. What was that for? Okay, Jotai, let's keep this. Oh, we do not check that what happens when someone does not provide the data. So if I go, where do we go? Extra full width. Oh, where is that app? Okay. So if I just hit create node, if I hit save, it throws us one error, which means we don't have we don't handle errors in here. Head content notes. Oh, in the page, new page. Basically, it throws an error, and we are not handling that error. So just catch it. so. Oops. Mm, syntax error. What do you mean? Okay. Could not create to do. Oh, we can also pass in options in here. So it should be style should be, no, not the style, but the icon should be not even the icon. What was that? Icon theme. Hmm. Error. This okay, we have toast dot error. And the same thing up top. Anyways, error handling. Learned a lot of Vim today, learned a lot of stuff. Also, let's add the readme file and make it a little bit more readable. Let's see. Colornote. This is the clone of the note taking app called Colornote of the Android note taking app. Oops. Fine. Update readme. I guess I'm going to keep Vim now. Stream settings, viewer activity, stream help, text. The YouTube Studio does not show for how long. Okay, it shows. So we streamed for 4 hours. We streamed for 4 hours today, and finally implemented the adding, creating note feature for color note. Check out the repository. No. No, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, when I shared the link for the live stream, again in the server, what I found out was what I thought was that it's most probably not gonna work. Like in at many places, I've got, people just don't accept someone else. They think uh, that I am promoting myself down there, but all I want to do is just gather people all around. So at first I thought someone is going to just come and hit me with, another usual. But I shared it in the web dev Cody server because I knew that people there are not bad. So it is self promotion, exactly, but not that kind of self promotion that. Uh, yes, I think it is allowed in here. I don't think uh, it is said somewhere in the rules. Tutorials, opinions on. There is a rules. Wait, what? Okay, here it is. No spams or promotions. Only post links related to learning resources. Exactly. And that's why I keep I just shared it in 3 servers where I know that I won't be in trouble. Many servers don't allow that. Learn Build Teach is another great server that I'm in. I knew that it was okay in my case, and that's why I shared it. I knew that it was okay in my case. By the way, how can we get roles in here? Is there a channel for roles? No. I agree with that. Many people, even right now, I'm in the decode server, so someone just came ahead and spammed those, those weird server links. So once I got kicked out of a server, just like I talked to a moderator. I just wanted to be friends, and I don't know. Yeah, I sent an invite link to this server to them in DM. Once I got kicked from this server, the coding den. This was the server that I got kicked from. I just wanted to be friends with the moderator, and I sent them some messages, and then I sent them the link to this server by Florian Pop, who is another YouTuber. So I sent them this link, and they didn't respond. Straight up blocked me and kicked me out of the server. Then there was a lot, you know, issues with them going on. I just thought, why so harsh? Like, don't you even talk? That's one of the problems. But that happened years ago. Right over here, they have something. But anyways, some people just don't even like to talk. So what can we do with them? Anyways, it's 5 a.m. in here, 5 in the morning. We'll continue working on this later on, but for now, I'll just go to sleep. Thank you so much, Yan, for holding my hand in Vim, especially in Vim, and especially also in this one, in this project. When someone is watching you, you do everything in a better way. Improve the code sandbox. Uh, okay, how did you improve it? Wait, this did this thing work for you? Okay, it will work for you, of course, because this color is not a prop. If it were a prop, then it wouldn't have worked. So we have red, green, blue. Fine. So the default thing doesn't work. So the default color kind of doesn't work, I guess. Oh, it works. Did not work in my case. BD stands for border, of course. Yep. All right. Thank you so much. Now I'm gonna go have a sleep for half an hour. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. I set this. I guess. Wait. Where was it? I set this to green and blue and all that stuff. So you said red wouldn't work, so I used pink and whatever. Yes, CSS variables. I'll save this for later on. Where is it? How can I save it? I'll just fork it. 4 hours straight. I never could have thought I can stream for that long. Bookmark. I don't usually use bookmarks. I, if I show you my bookmarks, These are my bookmarks. Oh, if you mean bookmarks from here, I'm not really sure if I can bookmark something in here. Anyways, so do you work for a company or do you work remotely or freelance? I am. I'll be 18 on the 21st of this month. No browser bookmarks. I'll be 18th then. So I have no experience in working as a professional engineer, but all I know is that if you want to work, you have to work in house but remotely when boss is away. Now I get that. Fine. Let's meet in the next stream. I don't know the word. Workplace in India is it's fine. It's not that bad, but if you go in a normal company, then the workplace is just fine. It's not as bad. It's just normal. It feels normal, with only the features that you need, not more than that. Even the PCs are not very powerful. Yeah, Europe is. I have no idea where to move because right now I have to spend 3 more years right in here in India for my degree. And after I'm done with my degree, then I have plans to move somewhere. But I had plans to move to Turkey, then Egypt, then what, Canada. Now most of them have bad news. So right now I'm fine in India. In India, the city called Bangalore. Bangalore is the tech hub in India. So that's where I'm planning to move in a year for my college, for my different college. Anyways, now what I'll do is I'll just have some sleep and then we'll meet. Hopefully, we'll meet later on. So, thank you so much, Yan, and goodbye. It, if you want to say anything else, I think it will also be late on your end, from what I know. All right then. Bye, Yan. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.